And in case all the modules are on the blurb of the event that you registered. If you did not register for that event, please register. It's still open so that you are able to follow. And any other event that we'll publish will have all the details. If any link is not working, just let me know, and we'll make sure that you get access to everything you need. Do not use different accounts to access different materials. Just use one consistent account so that you're able to get access. Sasa, is that clear? All right. Request you guys if you can give a lot of applause to Rogers Ndocha, our first speaker today. As he comes to present. Mic check, mic check. Mic check. Mic check, mic check. Mic check. 1, 2, mic check. Mic check, mic check. Mic check, mic check. 1, 2, 1, 2. Sound check, sound check. That should be good. You can hear me clearly from the back? Yes? Thank you so much. That should be good. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Ada. Right. Mic check. One, two, 2, 1. There's a feedback. Check. 1, 2. Mic check. Checks.
Testing, testing.
So go ahead.
Okay. I think we have an issue with online people. They are not able to hear the sound, but I think they're fixing that. Okay, so we held sessions about build with Gemini. Build with Gemini, you can build with Gemini in so many different ways. I think I also want this session to be more of a QA because we have talked about so many things, but also I will go through roughly on what we talked. But I would love if this session is about questions, more of questions and interacting, yeah. So, and there's also just maybe to give an overview. First of all, before that, there's so many things going on, and actually yesterday there's a big thing that came up through. Maybe who knows about what happened yesterday? Yesterday at night, evening hours. Yeah, gravity. And also now we have Gemini 3. You know, we used to have Gemini 2.5, 2.5. Now from yesterday we have Gemini 3 Pro. Meaning it shifts, it's a major shift in the industry because now we have more capabilities of building with Gemini. And of course with that it came with anti-gravity. Google Anti-Gravity IDE is a competitor to Casa. Yeah, I was testing it. I don't know who has tested anti-gravity. Who has tested? Maybe I can just go to their website. Anti-gravity, yeah. Yeah, we have a new IDE, anti-gravity. And we were asking why they named it anti-gravity, and they mentioned something about, you know, it allows you to move, you know, sideways. It gives you powers, like you can move upwards if you want to, you know. Yeah, if you understand about gravity, the black hole thing, yeah. So that's what they picked that name from. Maybe. So this is their website, and of course it has documentations. I'm not going to talk about this today, but it's because it's more exciting. You know, when I was going through, it was just mind-blowing. So I downloaded the IDE. Let me go to the IDE itself. Here it is. Let me minimize this first. And to cross this, it's, of course, it's a VS Code fork, so it looks like more VS Code. Just want to, let me close this tab, oh my God. This is how it looks. Already I was working on something. I want to let me quit the current session. I want to start a different session just to show you how capable it is now to build with Gemini. It is Gemini 3 supported. Okay. I've just started a new workspace. So one thing with this, it has a window for agents. So if you're on Mac and you click Windows Explore, it will take you to this. And one of the features, it allows you to have so many agents working all together. So you can see here, you can add so many workspaces. So for example, let me come here and maybe prompt it to build something. So let me maybe say to build a game balloon. I want a balloon. For example, I have two-year-old kid, and I want to build a game for the kid. So let me prompt here and see. Um, okay. So this is our agent window, agent manager window. This is our VS Code folder. It's empty currently, but as it's running, oh, there's an expected error. Okay, I understand, because from yesterday, it's of course having an overload. Um, yeah. Okay, it seems to be building something. You can always come to inbox and see how your agent is working. You can see now it's running this. Firebase Studio IDE. Yeah, of course this one here. Yeah, okay, I would like to know, you guys, there's prizes. There are prizes to be won. There are prizes actually, yeah. I think there's someone who shared something online on our Slack channel. It's about, something. I think that's the only project that I saw so far. So if you have project that you have built with Firebase Studio, you can still share on Slack. Right. So maybe to go to, as an overview on what we did. Of course, Firebase Studio is an it's a workspace, agentic workspace. Sorry. Mike. It's a agentic workspace where you can build your apps depending whichever framework you are dealing with. It supports so many frameworks. If you are doing something with React, Python, Flutter as well, you can build with Firebase Studio. We saw so many sections on Firebase Studio. Of course, it gives an area for code and where you can preview on what you are building as well. Right, we are back. I'm not going to go through all these slides, but I will just go through direct to Firebase Studio. Firebase.studio. That's where you will get the IDE, and of course we will try Firebase Studio here. Yeah. So these are the workspaces that we have been working on, and of course now it gives you an area where you want to prototype your application. So I want us to pick. Unmute. Yeah, I think it's okay. Just is there a way we can increase the brightness for this? That's okay. I'm told you can join the link on the screen. So we want to build something. Actually, I want us to, all of us, to open our Firebase Studio. We prototype something. And Firebase Studio, remember, it's an online editor, so you are not limited with your kind of machine you have. So as long as you are connected to internet, you are good to go. All right, hopefully we are there. It's firebase.studio. So we want to prototype something. And what I want us to prototype is this actually. This. We want to create a job application portal. So we want to create a job application portal. And for this one, I also want to, we will also have a database. And so that's why I want us to do this, because in this we are able to create a database for our application using Firestore, and then we authentication with Gmail or email as well. We use this is the prompt: create a full stack web application for community job board. Any user should be able to post a new job for the job single comprehensive list. Yeah. So you can, and then oh, I think my workspace is full. I need to delete. Let me delete this to create room for a new application. So if you are on a free tier, it allows you to create up to 10, to have 10 workspaces. So if you exceed, it will prompt you to upgrade, but we don't need to upgrade. So I will paste my prompt there. So hopefully we are there. I want to work with you guys. We'll be passing around to see. Okay, we are there. If you are there, say one. Okay, all clap once. Right, thank you. The rest, you got a prompt. Okay, so we can start prototyping. We can start prototyping, so it will take a time, to prototype. It's prototyping. All right. Hopefully you have credits. There's somewhere we use credits. If you don't have credits, please make sure you have the credits. I think there's a link for credits for that. But as we see, our application is prototyping here. This is our style guide. I think it's okay. We will allow it to be with that. The features, we can confirm the features. It's job posting, job listing, job filtering, user authentication, job details. I think all the features are quite okay. So we can just proceed to prototype the application. So it's going to take it's going to take some while, to create files, and you can see what goes on, like the files being created there, the errors and the error recorrection. You will also see there as it's going on. So if you have any questions about Firebase Studio as well, you can be asking. Okay, I think there's. You're on the Slack channel. Slack channel. On community. Yeah. The virtual link, you can get it from community, yeah, Africa Stockings, and then you join from there as well. So it's prototyping. All right. As I say, this hands-on. So I will be passing around just to check. Right. Ujapata prompt. Okay. Okay, fantastic. Link ya kujoin. Virtual link. Even Africa Stocking. Here we go. Click. Fungua hiyo tu. Okay. All right. All right. I think the prompt. Uko umejoin virtual link. Uko Slack. Unakuanga Slack. Hiyo link nitaipataje kama wenye uko Slack wako na hiyo link, but uko na hiyo link ya Slack ya virtual. Ukiregister virtual. Umeregister virtual ama? Usharegister? Is there a way I can grab that virtual link? I think people are having problems in locating the virtual link. The virtual link. If you're on Slack, there's a virtual link. And also, if you are not on Slack, if you go to community, yeah, africastockings.com, you go under events, and then you're able to register from there as virtual, and then you get the link for joining. Right, we see there's something prototyped here. I think we may have different interfaces, but mine looks like this. So these are job portals. This is where a user can search, filter. Okay, now it's requesting for the Gemini API. That's where I said like we need to have credits for Google Cloud. So if you don't have credits, there's a link for credits. Is the link active? You have the links. Who doesn't have the link for the credits? You have, right? So if you have the link, you can go to the link. I don't have the link right now, but if you have redeemed already the credits, I want to assume you have redeemed already the credits. You can go to AI Studio, aistudio.google.com. This is where you're able to pick your API key. Or you create, if you have already created, it's okay. If you have not, you can still create. It's a 1 minute thing. So you click under Get API. API key, you can see already the API keys I have. If you don't have, you can create your new API key. Let's assume I don't have an API key, so I can give it a name. And then select the project. For me, this is the project I'm working with. Remember the project, it has to exist on your Google Cloud account. So I'm not sure if there's someone who has a challenge with that. But if you have a challenge with creating a project on Google Cloud and then connecting that project to your credits, you can raise your hand. Okay. There was someone, I think, do you manage to solve the credits thing? Was it you? You okay? Okay. AI Studio, you can just even browse AI Studio, it will take you there. Okay, the prompt. How can I share this prompt? You're on a virtual link. WhatsApp. I'm not on WhatsApp. How can I share this? Okay, if you can type fast, it's okay. Anybody who also has an issue with cloud at the back, you're okay? Okay. Well, 6. Click here, we got the credits. Another challenge with the credits. Okay. We are okay, we can proceed. Oh, you want to. We okay? All right. So the next thing, if we have created the API key from aistudio.google.com, we just copy that key and then I take it to here because it's prompting me to input the API key. I will continue. Where have I clicked? I think I've clicked on something, but I went to editor as well. So we can switch to the editor. Why is it taking time? But anyway, it's doing its thing. The next thing, remember we have created this, but we don't have a database where the users now will be posting jobs and at least the job is going to be stored in our database. So that's the next thing. Remember we are not going to touch code, so we are just doing only prompting. So the next prompt, at least we expect like to instruct our Firebase agent, like create a database for my application. An issue? Okay, yeah. Okay, you don't have the credits. You have the credits, I think, if you have redeemed. You have the credits. You have the credits. You have the credits under this account. I see the project you're working on. You are working with this project. So, yeah. So go to AI Studio and then connect. Okay, so the next thing I want to do so this is the preview. Where is my Gemini? Because I want to write a prompt. It's loading on this window, so I'm waiting. Let me refresh. I think there's some, okay. It has come up. I need Gemini. So if you have that window, let me refresh this. I think there's issue with my workspace. Let me refresh because I need the window for prompting. So the next prompt is this. We want to create a database for our application. So we will prompt something like this. Now we need a database for our platform, and we would like to use Cloud Firestore. Can you create a Firebase project for this platform? So this is our next prompt. Copy this. We'll take a prompt. Testing. Testing. Reduce this sound kabisa. Because we unafaa ku testing 1 2. Right. So we have the prompt, right? This is the prompt. And take the prompt here. Right. Now we are prompting it to create the Firestore database. So we'll expect us to to redirect us to where we are able to create our Firestore database, and then we connect. So if we see here, you see what it has prompted me to set up a Firebase service, and you can see it's prompting me to start creating that. So I just enable this to start creating. It's doing its thing. So we wait for a few minutes as it's setting up the database. But meanwhile, if you have any question, keep them coming. It's taking some time, but it's still okay. If you read through the prompt, you can be able to see it's provisioning cloud service. It's creating. I would also like to see. Let me show you over here. You are able to see. Okay, I think as it's creating, let me show you something. Most people are having difficulty connecting their project with their credits. So if you go to Google Cloud, here, the console, This is how my Google Cloud looks like. So I will go to, you see my current working project, I've named it as GenApps 2. So if I come to billing, with billing here, it will take me this. So I will go to manage my billing account. The billing accounts I have currently. So if you go to your project, there's this tab next to here. It's your project. Like now, it shows you your projects and the billing account is connected to. So if you redeemed credits, automatically it creates you a billing account known as Google Cloud Platform Trial account. That's your billing account. So you will make sure like the project you're working on, it's connected to that billing account. For example, you can see for my project, okay. You can see my project, GenApps 2 is connected to my billing account. For me, I'm working with this account. So for you, you should make sure that the project you're working is connected to here. So if it's not connected here on the 3 dots, you're able to change. So you can change your billing account with the billing account you want. For example, here you can select any. So that's the process. So make sure that the project you're working on here, it's connected to the right billing account. And then if it's connected to the right billing account, on your AI.studio, getting the credits, you will select the project which is connected to your billing account. Right. I think that's the process. For those who are having challenges on that, hopefully you have an idea. So here, my project has an error. The error is to initialize Firebase is on the client. It's not possible to invoke a client function. Let's fix the error. You have the same error, or it's from my end. Anyone experiencing an error, the same error? Okay, I think for you, you are good then. Mine has something to do with client side, I don't know, authentication. Right. It's correcting that error. How many have managed to create the database? Firestore? It's okay? Yeah. And then I think my error is from my side. Let me see. What was the issue? Starting the application. See, there is an error. Oh, it's taking a while. That's not an error, really. Okay. It's done, but there's an issue. There's an issue from my end. It's one issue. You can just ignore, but so let's try to post a job maybe. Is this function working? Yeah, it's working. Let me try to post a job as it's fixing the error. So the job is, can say senior engineer. Is it typing? See, there's an issue, but I can ignore this. Yeah, let's ignore this for now. Senior engineer, company. It means Safaricom. This case, location, Nairobi. Any salary amount. So description. Um, Let me paste this prompt. This is not really the description, but let's suppose see there's an error. Database error. Oh my, I think there's an error. Now this is the bad side of vibe coding. Let me go to my Firebase, see if the database is there. Mm. Okay. Yeah, let me see which one has worked as well, because mine. It's working.
Yeah, but it's told me to like get the keys and add them to the ANV, like from.
I'll set up the list. Get the keys.
So get the keys and add them to the ANV, the local ANV.
Which key? Okay.
This one's the keys.
Oh, yeah, Firebase API, your domain name.
Yeah, like where do I get them? Because I've gone to like the Firebase, and here's like my Firebase app, this one. And I click into it, but then I don't know where to get the keys.
But the keys, this one, the keys are used when you are deploying. Okay, go back to the keys. I see the keys which are there.
This one's. Oh, I don't need them for.
You don't need them. Yeah, you don't need them for running locally. Are you able to post a job?
Oh no, I didn't test it yet.
Okay, test. I see.
So once it creates the database, like you're able to add jobs, maybe delete or something.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Who is able to post a job? Your application, you are able to post a job. Okay. Log into your account. You have already initiated login. Okay. I think some people are doing good actually.
Share your prompt create.
Database. Okay. I will reshare. Uh-huh. It's Firebase Studio, not Firebase Console. No, Firebase Studio. All right. At the back here, are you okay? Are you able to post a job? It's working on it? Okay. Anyone who is able to post a job, a database, let's check. Are you able to post a job? You're able to? Oh, that's great. I don't know where I missed mine. Someone wanted a prompt to create a database. Can just take a picture quickly here. Done? Okay. Waste is, yeah, I think now I don't have an error. Try fixing the error console. I've updated to user test form. Yeah, I don't know. I don't have an error right now. Let me see. Syringe. Oh, still there is an error. Issues with route. 5 issues. Let me copy this prompt again. Yeah, it's creating a database. For me, I've just created a database again. Maybe that's where the issue is. So it's creating. For those who have managed to create a database, you are able to post a job and it's able to go to the database. The next thing is for you now to create user authentication, where user can sign in using Gmail or email. Yeah, so the user authentication. So we have a prompt for that. You can prompt it manually. Maybe if you need guidance for the prompt, I have a prompt here for that. Where is the prompt? This one, it lets allow users to create their accounts with email and passwords, okay, on this platform as well. So this is the prompt. You can take a picture, and then you can type if you are not on the virtual section. Let me copy this and also paste on the virtual. Oh, there's someone who wanted the prompt for database. Okay, let me paste that as well. This is for creating a database. Now we have for creating authentication. So it will allow you to allow users to authenticate. Let me see from my end. If now I'm not able to post a job, right? Let me just post this here. This is just for, still there's an error. there's an error from my database. If I try to track that, to post a form, yeah, I think we will work with those whose theirs has worked as well. So you can prompt to allow the users to sign in before posting a job. So you can give it a prompt, not this, but this prompt. Yeah, you can give it a prompt to see if it works. Mine, the database is not working. But one thing I'm sure, if I start afresh, it's able to work. Maybe there's somewhere it went wrong, you know. So let's see if it's able to create authentication for users. So you can go ahead and create the authentication for users. Right, it's working on something here. So remember, this is more of functionality side. On our first session, we were just creating a UI. This is more of a functionality side. Like we want to have a database, and also it's also creating the logic as well. Let me see if it's done. It's checking for the errors. I have 15 errors. Yeah, so you can see now the user is able to sign in before posting a job. So let me try to, you need to sign in. Is this working? Okay. The email, random password. Let me create a random password. Invalid email. Why? I'm not logging in, I'm signing up. I need to sign up first. Is this working? Okay. Things are not working from my end. It's creating an account. Behind, how is the things? Are things working? For me, I'm having a really difficult time. Yeah, I think I'm able to sign in. Right? Yeah, I'm able to sign in. So once I've signed in, I'm able to create a job. But from my end, I'm not able to create because the issue with the database. So you are able to sign in, and you are able to create a job, right? At the back? Okay, that's really fantastic. From my side, I cannot create a job. So, but the idea is you have seen what goes on with Firebase Studio. Yeah, that's what goes on. From my end, I have an error with the database. So is there any question with Firebase Studio? So sometimes you may be having a UI in Ed, how you want your job portal to look like. So for example, you have a specific design and you want your Firebase Studio to prototype the exact design to your um, to your application. So you can feed a picture like this, how I want my design to, and this my theme colors. Remember here we have just prototype, like we were not keen on the design and the styling. So if you have a specific design, you can always create a robust application depending with your imagination or with your design as well. So once it's ready, you can always prototype, you can always publish directly to production using the publish functionality in Firebase Studio. So it's telling me to connect my billing account. I'm working with this. So if you push to production, okay, there is issue with my billing account. Let me try a different billing account. Yeah, it's because my billing account can only support 3 projects. So I think the one which I'm working on was already overloaded. So if you push, it will give you, a URL, a very funny URL link. So once you push, of course, you need to connect to your domain name. If you have purchased a domain name, maybe from locally or using other companies like GoDaddy, you can purchase your domain name or Namecheap. Or locally, yeah, from Kenya, maybe you use Safaricom, TrueHost. There are so many companies which offer domain services. So here you can see I have to publish now. I get a very funny, of course, it's in production, a very funny URL. So at least you are able to share the URL to get feedback from users, maybe before deciding to purchase a domain name and make your application to production. If you want to monetize your application or something, yeah, that's simply the process. If you have any question, yeah. I think we can use, is there another mic? I saw the mic, but it's okay. You can ask the question. You want to use a different database? A large number of users. Or no, there's no limitations. But now it's require, because it's connected to you, but you are going to be billed as if you, depending with your usage. That is, for example, if you have a large number of users, of course, your bill also will reflect on that. Yeah. Okay. Another question. So if you manage to create a database, you post a job. If you go to Firestore, you are able to see that job application. Right? Yeah. Publishing takes a while. But I think for Firebase Studio, we are done, unless there's another question. So you can build, of course, this was part of the functionality. This is a functionality application. But if you just want to build an info website, I think that's the simplest thing. You want to build maybe a website just having information, for example, a church website or a school website, just information. There's no much functionalities. It doesn't need a database. I think that's even much, much simpler, because what you need is just a prompt, and then boom, you have your application. So, and also in Firebase Studio, we are not limited with the kind of application you can build. You can build a React application, a Python as well. If your application is, Here you can see the number of applications it supports. Where is that? Let me delete. Also one. Yes, you can see the number of applications it supports. We have Go, Python, Java, Flutter, yeah, so many. So you are not limited to, it supports all the, like almost all the developers who want to build something. Okay, I think that was all about session 1, and then session 2 we covered something with Firebase extensions. With Firebase extensions, let me locate that session. Just going through locating that. From here. It was part of the AT training. I'm opening that working space. Let me share also the link for the workshop here. On the chat section. I see also I have some questions on the chat, not really. Yeah, I've shared the link for the workshop on the chat section. It was all about building with Gemini using Firebase extension. Not this for AI logic. As well, trading. Yeah, so we created an application for detecting the kind of food and of course giving the recipe for that. I think this is the application we developed on our second session that it was. So if you click here, let me click and see if it's working because I haven't opened it for a while now. Yeah, it was an application to detect food, like the kind of food. I'm going to share this. How many have got the Code Lab workshop for this? I have shared the link on the prototype. I have shared the link on the chat section. Okay. Allow me to disconnect first this one to stop sharing, and then I will share. Let me check on something. I'm locating the share. Okay, Gemini API extension. I got the link. Okay, let me share on the chat section. Let me share the screen. I've shared a link on the chat. Was it this really the link? This was for Flutter, not really this one. Sorry for that. Just a moment again. Let me stop sharing. Yeah, it's the right link. Actually, if it talks about Gemini API, yeah, that's the right link, actually. I go back to sharing, sorry for that. Yeah, this is the code lab we did with Firebase extensions. You can access the link. You can access the code lab from the link. I have sent the link on the chat section, so let me know if you are all there. So if you are there, you can just clap once. Clap once. Okay. And the rest, have you accessed the link? I think you are not connected to virtual, right? How can I share the link now? Maybe if someone, I think you have a WhatsApp group. If someone who has the link and has access to WhatsApp group, we can just paste on WhatsApp so that you can get as well. So this is the code lab we did. This code lab was all about using Firebase extensions to build your applications. So the extension, we were using Gemini API extensions to build application. So I'm just going to go through it, and it was all about building an application for a conference. So here we build an application with a chat where users can ask and get information about a particular conference. I had a repo for that, but we can as well access the repo from here. With the code lab here on the third step 3, we have a repo. This is a repo. This is the repo we used to create that. So we can clone this repo. Maybe roughly we see what goes on. We can crop this repo to our local. So let me go to my VS Code. Let me see if I have that repo ready. Yes, it's the repo. Yeah, we are good to go. So I open this. Where's that repo again? I think I've. So this is the repo we are going to work with. It comes with just a UI for us to work with to demonstrate on how Firebase extension works. So on our code lab here, we need to set up Firebase. Already we have Firebase project from my end that we worked with, but if you don't have a Firebase project, you can set. I'm not going to follow step by step, but here we have on our Firebase extension, the extensions we are going to use is 2 extensions for multimodal, task with Gemini, and of course for chatbot. So if you click on this API, it's going to take you to the Firebase extension. So you can install this extension to your console. So if I install, it's going to ask me to select a project. So here the project I'm going to work with AT training. I can work with this AT training. I think this the project. It's going to ask you, you can just ignore this, leave everything as default. Extension API, leave everything as default. Configurations, this is where you will set your Gemini Flash and then API key. Remember, we already have API key from AI Studio. So I can pick this API, AI Studio. I closed my AI Studio. Let me go there. I grab this API key. I paste this API key here. This is all what you need to paste. Of course, it will ask me to create a secret key, so I just create it here. It's not working, or what? Okay, yeah, it's saved, it's working. Okay, we leave everything as default, and then we install the extension. So on this one, we are installing extension to our project, AT training project on our Firestore, on our Firebase, I mean, project. Is it installing? Community. There's an issue, cloud function location. Oh, here you have to select a location. We leave this US Central 1 as the default. So we install our extensions to our Firebase project. So if we install our extension to our Firebase project, now meaning we can use it in our application. It's installing here, it's taking time. It will take some 3 to 5 minutes to install. Yeah, maybe I get any question on that. If anyone has managed to do what we have done so far to this step on where we have installed a Firebase extension. Remember, every step is on the workshop, but I don't want to go step by step because this is just a recap on what we did on our online session. Maybe if you didn't manage to attend our online session, I think the sessions are recorded. You can go to YouTube, Africa's Talking page, and then you're able to get that, to get the whole session about what we covered. It's still installing. Is there someone who has a challenge up to where we are? Okay, yeah, let me take this.
We go left off here.
Oh, you can leave this. This is just explanation. You can read through when you have time. That's why we want to go step by step. And then install. Select any project. So the project you are going to work on, this one. Okay, yeah, it's going to install. You can, okay.
So after it has installed,
You remember the configurations. You only need the API key to yeah. The configurations, you have to select. You have to continue step by step. What is it? Oh, it's not connected to a billing account. You have to connect it. You still have the credits, right? Right. Right, we are good to go. Another. Remember, you have to have your project has to be connected to API key, to the billing account, I mean, for it to work. Huh? We're on the first. Don't worry, even me at the posting. Yeah, even me encountered some issues, but I think if you start afresh, it is able to nini. You are there. Where's the documentation link? Where you are following to? Yeah, which I shared. Sorry. Okay, which I shared. There's a documentation link I shared on the chat section. Oh, you are in the Slack. You are in the Slack. You can share the documentation link with the next guy. So here we need to create this API section, enable label, next. Next, you create the API key. You paste, go to AI Studio and get the API key. Yeah. All right. Hopefully we are good to go. API key, you can just copy it from here. Don't have to. No, you don't have to set billing. All right, good. So we proceed. I think the extension is ready. It's installed, yeah. It's installed. If we go back to the documentation, maybe we see what's happening. Our next step, after we have this, we can also install this. So if you go to this as well, you are able to install, click on install. AT training, this is the project I'm working on. This for multimodal. Next, billing. Next. And then here we paste, of course, the API key again. By that process, now we have two extensions that we need. That's Gemini and also for the one for the multimodal. It's the same process. I need to select location, cloud function, location, US Central 1. Okay. This is just a recap, actually. Where are we? It's installing, I guess, but there's an issue. The prompt, okay. This one, we will leave it fast as it is. Let's just first continue with the code lab. I know it requires a prompt, but if you are in the code lab section, you can grab that prompt. But for now, let's leave it as it is. The next step, it's setting up the node environment. So hopefully you have installed Node and Firebase. But if not, if you have not installed Node on your environment, you can go to Node website and then install Node as well. So maybe let's go to VS Code to see if what's this? I check my Firebase version to see if it's installed. I have Firebase version 14. and Node, Node version 24. So I have all what I need. If you don't have them, you can just go download from their official website. The next thing that we did from there was to install, of course you have to install Firebase tools because the tools you are going to use is for Firebase, but I think for me it's already installed. But if not, you can run these two commands, npm update, and npm install, and then npm update. Okay. And then, of course, we'll cd to our Colab Gemini extension API. Currently, we are working on, this one. Yeah, Colab Gemini API extension. So it's okay, I don't need to cd. The next thing now we need to set up to connect our project with the application. So what we're going to do, we are going to, on our project, let me see first if, let me first do this. On our first, we will create a project, but I think already I've created a project. But if you don't have, you can create a project, a web application. A web application, and then we are able to pick the settings which we are able to take to our local application. So you can click on web application here, you give it a name. Let me give it garage. Is it typing? Don't need this. Once you set up your Firebase extensions, this is the code we need to take to our application. You can copy it, but if you miss to copy it, still you are able to get it when you go to your application. So you can copy that. And then you come to your repo. Under Firebase configurations. Not Firebase station, but Firebase configuration. Where is Firebase configurations? I think it is this one. Yeah, you can remove whatever it's here. You paste what you obtained from the web, and then you save. So if you read here, you can see our application is connected. There is an API key. There is an app. There is a project ID. So this one, we have got it from this side of our application. So if you miss to copy it, still you can come to your application and then get your code here. So yeah, we are up to that step. We are there? Okay. Let me check on the documentation and see our next step. We have done that. Firebase. Of course, we can enable authentication and time. We have enabled extension. Yep, trying to see what you have not done. It has all the documentation actually on what we need to do. I'm not going to follow process per process, just setting up and see. we have done this, built with this. What we have not done is creating a Firestore. Firestore, but let's just leave this for now. We are going to do that. All right. So for now, maybe we can see if our application is running. So what we can do is we npm install and then npm run dev. Npm install to install our configurations. And then we run the application, we see if it's running. All right, it's installing the dependencies. So actually everything is on the documentation. It's because the documentation is so huge, I'm not able to follow step by step. But if you follow well through step by step, you're able to get everything on what you have done. It's installing the dependencies. So anyone with a question? Anyone with a question? All right, fantastic. It's installing, it's taking some time, oh my God. But it's still okay. Anyone with a question with Firebase extensions? So to give on maybe what the application is all about, from here, from the documentation, you can see the things you need to set up. Actually, here is all the services we are going to use on our applications. But we are not going to cover all of them because this is just a recap. But Firebase authentication, we have already discussed about that. Cloud Firestore, because on this application, we are able to upload an image. And that image needs to be stored on somewhere. So we need cloud storage for that. And Firebase security rules, Firebase extensions, of course, these are the extensions which you have installed. Yeah, those are the services we need to use. And of course, now these two extensions. The services is storage for storing our image. Authentication, of course, for logging in for users. Let me check on our, yeah, I think it's okay. So we run the application, npm dev run. Oh, npm run dev. Okay, where is this? npm run dev. So it's spinning up a local URL. So if you go to this URL, I need to go to this URL. It should spin up the application. Yeah. So it's loading the application. Yeah, things are taking a while. Hopefully everybody is okay. All right, it's taking time actually. We can wait as well. But if you have any question, you can ask. Let me refresh this. Yeah, you can see we have a app. This is how it looks like. Yeah, there are some settings, of course, we did on our last session to eliminate these metadata from here. It's also also on the documentation on what you need to do. Where is this? But we can test it if it's working here. Let me try to type. It should respond. It's just generating. Yeah, you see it's responding. Welcome back to our friendly conference, something to do with data. And of course, it gives some metadata here. If we go back to our code, we have the prompt. We have instructed our application on what is supposed to answer, like the kind of events. That's why it only answers to a certain conference. If you go here, you can see we have given the rules, like the context on which we want our application to respond on, so that it cannot be answering questions NRE. So we want it to answer questions related to our conference. So this is where we inputted the prompt, like the instructions under this file prompt. Yeah, in case you want to know, maybe in case you are curious to know why it answers specifically to that conference. So you can also build to your own use case if you want to build an application to answer questions related to specific use case, for example, to your company or to an organization. You can as well do it here from the prompt. You can give your own prompt. So for this case, we are using the conference workshop. So that's why you see this instruction here. Right. So I go to next. There's something I want to change for this. On the documentation, of course, they have given us the code we need to change. Let me try to locate that as well. Just a moment. I was not following through the code documentation, so yeah, this is the files we need to alter. If you go to source app lib contexts, we need to eliminate a way to do with this. I think it's documented here. It's commented, that line. Let's go to lib. It's under lib, what? Contexts page. It's on the page. It's on the app page here. There's somewhere they have documented. I think it's this line, so we will have to remove this. This line here. And then we undocument this one as well. And comment that is. There's also another line we need to do with that. Let me try to locate it. It's indicated on the documentation. Remember this code we have downloaded from online, from GitHub, for this specific workshop. So it might be locating some code. Let me try to. It's under this, and of course under where specific, we need to this one. Source app page, we need to, yeah. I'm not getting that code, so if I look where under this page, where is that? It's under prompts actually, so anything has to do with prompts, correction prompt, this one to do, it's okay. This one, we have to delete this. And then comment is, we save. So there should be changes to our application. Yeah, you can see now it looks much better, the UI. And it also gives you recommendations over here, prompt recommendations, that is. So if you click on any recommendation, you are able to get something of that sort. So if you follow through the documentation, you are able to get everything. Yeah. Unless there's also any question on that section, I think we are done on this particular. But there are also some services that you need to create. If you come here on my Firebase, where is that? IT training. I already have 3 apps. I think if I pick from the last, which we had, I can copy this. I can copy this and then take this, replace it with my Firebase configuration. I want to replace with the one with the lab I did before. Oh my. Need to copy this, right? Replace with this, save. Allow me to terminate this. I run again this. I want to npm run dev. I want to restart that. Yeah, it's restarting again. Let's wait for a few minutes. Yeah, it's here up. So this one has authentication. I think we can go to gallery section, drop an image. This was for image. We were testing last time, so I can drop any image here. Maybe let me pick from upload folder. So let me see if I have an image. Maybe let me upload this image for the event and see. It's uploading the image. It's supposed to give me description. Yeah, description of the image. So this is a multimodal case for, you can create an application, just to illustrate like an application where it has image capabilities. It's multimodal, like having both text and image capabilities. Of course, don't worry about the UI here. Of course, this one was just for testing capability, like the functionality side. But I know for you, you can create a better UI for this. I think this is all about this session. It was all about using Firebase extensions with Gemini. Yep, so do you have any question on that? And also, everything is also on the documentation. If you have any challenge, you can just go slow on the documentation and you're able to understand on what goes on. Yep, that's all about what we covered on our last session. So I would like to welcome if there's any question. Any questions on what we have covered? And also if there's any question outside you feel like you need to get clarification on build with AI, how to use Gemini to build application. Any question? Yes, any question on that? Right. Is there any question? Oh, let me look on the chat. You know, some people are shy. Maybe they're asking questions on the chat and I don't know. Yeah, you can ask a question on chat if you are shy. I will wait for 1 minute on the chat. Okay, so how many have built something with AI, with Gemini? Right, you have built something with Gemini. Okay, yeah. For today? Oh, you build an application. Okay, tell us about your application actually, maybe with Gemini. Remember there are swags?
So it's EdTech. So it's a mobile application for students where students can access past questions and get the answers. But we also integrated the Gemini API where students can ask questions and get answers for certain topics. And we added a context because this is students preparing for specific examinations. So depending on the student's examination that they are preparing for, we have the syllables for that examination in our database. So we tell the AI, depending on the syllables, that's how you should be responding to their questions that they ask. So basically that's.
Fantastic. This is a very good application. An application where students can ask questions and also they can ask questions from specific topics, right? That's very fantastic. You use Gemini? Okay, that's fantastic. Hopefully, for those who are in charge of SWAGs, you are observing something. Also, is it online? Yeah, share the link on Slack. Yeah, so we see as well. I think also I saw another hand somewhere. I saw another hand at the back. Yeah, tell us what you have built with Gemini.
Okay, I built an application called JobPass that enables users to upload their CVs and scan them against a job description so that they can be able to assess their ATS score against the job they're applying for. Yeah, so I used Gemini that on the back end that it is able to scan the CV and then give the recommendations about the scores and what the user needs to change on their CVs.
Fantastic. An application where someone can upload a CV and the CV is analyzed, you get the score against that job description. Yeah, that's a very good application. Is it online? Okay, share the link on Slack as well. Okay, yeah, this is a very positive contribution to to society, or maybe the community you are serving, or your clients, or your users. You don't have to build something like, you don't have to take out to space or Mars for you to, to contribute something to humanity. So all these applications actually like building with AI, something great. So another application, okay, maybe another question. Who has tried to integrate an application with Gemini and then connect that application to AT API, maybe trying to use one of the AT services? An application using AT? Oh, okay, let's hear from here.
So what I made is a financial tracker that basically takes in your financial data from your M-Pesa to even receipts that you can scan, and then it sends that data to my app. So because of M-Pesa, you can use just messages that you get from your M-Pesa. So whatever message that your M-Pesa brings in, it takes that message, interprets it, and adds it to your financial data. So you can see the dashboard on the app side, but you also get notifications via SMS.
Wow, wow, wow. You people are awesome. You build a financial tracker. It takes your receipts. It takes your receipts from M-Pesa, right?
It takes your receipts from M-Pesa, but you can also, if you have a smartphone, you can scan receipts that you get from restaurants and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
That's all that financial data. So you can access the data via SMS,
Mm-hmm.
but you can also access it online.
Okay. Oh, fantastic. I think that's very well thought of. Like a financial application to, yeah, I think that's very meaningful. Like for me, who is a very bad spender, if I get something that can get, fetch my spending from M-Pesa and then post to my financial application, so I'm able to see on what's there. I think, yeah, it's the application online.
Currently, it's just
For private use, for your private personal finance use. Yeah, I think you should make a way, you should think of a way of also allowing other users to use. It will help much more, especially for people also like me. I know there are so many of you who we are very bad spenders. So there's a wait list. Oh, okay, fantastic. Yeah. Now, yeah, of course, for starters, founders have like wait lists. Join the wait list. Something is coming. I like that application actually. I would like to see once you launch. Please let me know. Yeah, very well thought of. Also, another application. Or any other application you think of developing, maybe it's not, you have not developed it yet, but you think of developing. Okay, I know that one might be, someone might steal your idea, so it's better first you finish working on it. So I think that's great, guys. I can't wait to see what you can build with Gemini, with AI, with Africa's talking services. There's no limitations. Once you sit down, you think, you are able to come up with something. So many people, great people, when they sat down, when they are alone, maybe taking chai or uji, oh, they say that's something else. Maybe you are taking a shower. Some of us, we have best ideas when we are taking showers, or maybe you can sit. Thank you, guys. In case you also have more questions, remember, we are a community. In a community, we never stop building, actually. We always build. So we have Slack channel for that. So if you have any question, maybe there's, right now we don't have a question, but when you go back home and then a question rings on your head and then you feel like I need clarification, we are on Slack. So drop there a question, and of course you'll get answers from experts, those who have an idea of that. We are a large community dealing with different, specializing in different fields. So yeah, it's a great way to interact. And also connect with us also. You can connect with me on LinkedIn actually. If you have any specific question to ask me with cloud and AI things, you can always link me on LinkedIn as Roger Sindocha. Right, thank you so much. And then here we take a break. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rogers. Give a lot of applause to Rogers. I also I heard you say that you should give someone some swag. Yeah, do not forget that person. At least each speaker should have like 2 people. We can give some swag. So keep asking the questions and engaging the speakers, and you'll qualify to get some swag. And also, if you are here and you have completed your labs and you have the badge, you also qualify for the swag, all right? So without further ado, I would like to welcome Douglas Mwangi, who will give us an overview around Africa's Talking API, as well as what is API, how do you integrate it, and what does that mean for you when it comes to building your project. So give a lot of applause to Douglas Mwangi.
Thank you, MK. Yes. In this module, we are going to handle. Oh, let me first do the introduction. My name is Douglas Mwangi, full stack software engineer at Africa's Talking, and we are going to cover introduction to APIs, and we are going to walk through the APIs that we have here at Africa's Talking, and then the second part will be an extension of this. And we'll cover webhooks, callbacks, and then towards the end, we'll cover about Google Generative AI and tools. So that's Gemini, Vertex, Model Garden, and we'll touch a bit on what you can do with all those. Yeah. So this is me. This is Sylvia. Sylvia is in DevRel, and you've probably seen her in hackathons. I'm not sure. How many people have attended our hackathons? Okay. The rest of you, show up for the next hackathon also. It's awesome. So by a quick show of hands, how many people have used how many people first have an account with Africa's Talking or have used our APIs? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. So I see there are some who haven't. So I'll quickly show you where to access each. So the first thing, we go to africastalking.com. And here's our website. At the top here, I have this part called this link called developers. And you get to see the developer documentation. But then for you to utilize our documentation, you need to have an account, so you log in or sign up. You can use either email password or use social logins to either sign up or sign in. And there I am signing in. Okay, in case this screen is not visible, you can refer to the one in the what do you call the screen share, the one in the online link. Yeah. So once you get to the dashboard, if it's your first time, you're going to be prompted to create a team with this new team button down here. And then after creating a team, so you could call it anything, you save. Okay, don't call it anything, call it something you will remember. Then after you save, you get inside that team, and you're going to be prompted to create an app. Yeah. So an app is where everything begins. That's where you find your API keys. Yeah. When you're creating an app, you're going to be asked for an app name, an app username, and then you select the country and the currency. So this can be something you remember easily. The name can be something you remember easily. The username needs to be something unique. If it's not unique, you're going to get an error basically. Yeah. The country and the currency, these are important when it comes to billing, especially when you're using products like airtime that sometimes can be bound by the country that you are in. So once you do that, you're going to, it's going to appear here in the list of apps, and now you can select one. If it's your first time using Africa's token, you're going to get free 10 on your wallet here. You're going to get 10 Kenya shillings. That's free. That you can use to invoke our APIs, our products here. Yeah. So among the APIs that we have is SMS, which you use for sending bulk SMS. And you can also receive, so you can send bulk or use two-way. Two-way is where you both send to your customers and your customers can send back to you. The next product that we have is chat, and this is actually so new. Herein is where WhatsApp API lies. We have another new one, still in beta, called Insights. This is where SimSwap API comes in, and we'll cover this in detail. The other one is the timer, so I can. So one of the cool use cases of USSD is things like parking, like say, you know, situations where people need an interactive menu and they don't have smartphones. That's where USSD comes in well. And yeah, that's pretty much it. Yes, so in addition to the APIs we have for products, we also have an extra API that you use to query your balances. So basically you get to know how much you have, yeah, or basically the details of the app. So, so where do you get to learn about how to use the products? You go to developer documentation, which is the link at the top, or you can manually type it, developers.africastocking.com. Yeah. Yes. Oh. Yes, so up to there, anyone who has a question? Okay. Yeah, yes, good. So what is an API? Yeah, anyone could answer that? Or maybe give us this analogy. I'm sure you've seen this somewhere. Okay, you can.
So an API in full is an application programming interface, and it enables you, your application to talk to other applications such that they can call and query from the data that's in your application. It opens up to other applications to query from yours. That's my rudimentary understanding.
Yes, you got it right. You simplified it very well. Yeah. So the analogy, you'll see this analogy a lot, where on one end you have a person in a restaurant, and then there's the waiter or the waitress, and then there's the kitchen on the other end. Yeah. So the end user wants something from the kitchen. Yeah. Say maybe they want. I'm saying, is this a burger or a donut or a cheese, something? They want food from the kitchen. So what they'll do is they'll pass the instructions to the waiter or the waitress, and then him or her will come and deliver it on the other end. And then you can think of the menu that they are reading from as the capabilities of that API. So there are many, there are different types of APIs, but the ones that you're going to cover today are REST APIs. And I'm using this not workbook, Collab, yeah? I'm not sure if you have access to it. Okay. Okay. There's a link tree that was shared in the Slack, but it will be resent again in case you don't have access. So first things first, let's check, in our Collab, let's check our environment and see, so before you use a Collab, it's a good thing to check your environment, know like what OS it's running on, what are the modules installed in it. And the way you do is LSB release. In mine, I'm getting Ubuntu 22. And then the other part is checking the Python packages I have here. So I've done a pip list, then a grep, searching for Africa's talking. So let me run. after that, now at least I know what I'm working with, the environment that I'm working with. So REST APIs use what we call HTTP methods to communicate. So there are different methods. There is GET. As I'm sure all of you have built forms by now, right? Anyone who's never built a form? Okay. Yes. So when you're building a form, there's that part you put method, whether it's get, post, put, delete. Yeah. So APIs use HTTP methods to communicate, and the key concepts to capture from that is there's an endpoint where you're hitting the headers. So this is extra information that you send with the request. For example, authentication key, API keys, client ID, things like that. Then there's the body or payload, as in the case for post requests. And then there is the response, what's returned after you make that request. So under the hood of our SDKs, we are basically just invoking APIs, yeah? It's just that we've packaged them more nicely, you know, added validation, and things like that. So you can also, say for example, you're using a language that we don't have an SDK for, you can even build your own version of the SDK. And what will guide you to building it is the Postman collection that we have. Yeah? So it's on developers.africastocking.com. Then down here there's this part called Postman collection. And now when you click on it, you get to see the raw endpoints, and the raw endpoints where to put your API key, where to put your username. So since I'll be using Python, the next natural step we need to follow is install the Africa Stocking package. And the way you do that is by running pip install Africa Stocking. And then we might as well import it already. Yeah. So this is the next step where I import it. Yes. But before we use it, let's hit one of the endpoints that are here, which is api.agify.io. It's basically an endpoint that predicts age. Yeah. And you give it a parameter. Say, for example, in this, the parameter I've given it is name, and the name is Sylvia. And then it's going to return the name and the age. Yeah. Maybe let me change this to something. Let me change this to my name. Yeah. So I see if it will predict. Okay, it says that I'm 64. It's okay. It's a good thing. So, so when you look at that request, maybe I should zoom. Yeah. So when you look at this request, there's a URL or the endpoint, then there's the params, then there's the response. The equivalent of this, let me open Postman. So the equivalent of this is basically just feeding the URL there, and then adding params name, and say something like John Doe. send, and then we get the output here. Anyone here who's never used Postman? Anyone who's never used Postman before? Okay. So in Postman, one of the advantages is that you get to see the same request, but represented in different programming languages. So yeah, so basically this is how you can also rebuild our SDKs by purely having the endpoints. Now let's jump back to Africa stocking, now that we've talked about endpoints and how to do basic API requests. So to use Africa stocking APIs, you need a username and an API key. And this one you get it by going to account.africastocking.com and creating a team and an app like we saw in the first step. And then inside the app, say for example, let me choose an app here. Inside an app, you go to the menu on the left. Then under settings, there's API key. Yeah. But first, before you go there, here's where your username lives. So you can copy this as your username. And then now go to settings. Then under it, there's API key. And then you'll see a prompt to enter your password before generating the API key. And I will do this. Let me use a different app. Yes. So once you enter your password and click request, what happens is that you receive an email, and the email will contain a link to. The email will contain a link to generate the API key. Let me stop sharing briefly so I can open my mailbox. Yes, so this is how it looks like. So this is how it looks like. You click on generate new API key, and it takes you back to the dashboard, but this time having filled the verification code. Click generate, and there you have your API key. There. So now you put your API key in a .env file, and your username also. And the equivalent of doing that in Colab is by opening the left menu of the Colab. There's this part that has a key icon. Click on it. And there is where you can put all your secrets. Yeah? So we consider API key and username to be secrets, mostly API key. So I'd already set mine up here, and I'd put the value. You can do the same on your end. And then so that you can use it in your Colab, you need to give your notebook access. So you turn this on. Yeah. Actually, let me turn for the rest. Yeah. Turn them all on. Now, it's important to keep your API key secret. Treat it like your password, because basically anyone who has it sort of has permissions to use your resources. Not sort of, they have permission to use your resources. So now that you have your API key and username, the next natural thing is to import them and use them. So what we are doing here in this segment installing the Africa Stocking package. This we've done. This section is where you're importing the credentials. The equivalent of doing this in, say, your local machine is by using os.getenv. That's in Python. In Node, you'll probably do something like process.env dot the name of the environment variable, the key of the environment variable. Now, after you pull in the username and API key, the next part is initializing the ATSDK. So the first value you pass in is username, the second is API key. And then next after that, you call the service that you want to use. So for example, if you want to use airtime, you do africastocking.airtime. So if you're using another language, you'll likely see a similar pattern, maybe a different variation, but a similar pattern where you're doing africastocking dot the service name or product name. So the first product that I want us to look into is the airtime one. So again, you do africastocking.airtime to access the airtime service. And then now below, we are going to create a send airtime method. Okay, let me be sure I'm sharing my screen. Okay, I'm good sharing. So we have a send airtime method, and it takes in a phone number, customer phone number, amount, and currency codes. So remember how we were creating a new app, how we were putting country and currency? All that comes into play now when you're invoking. So if you try to use a different currency, it's in some regions it might fail to work. So and then you do airtime.send, giving the first to be recipients. Let me just confirm something. Okay, yeah. The first to be recipients, the second amount, and the third currency code. And once you invoke that, you're going to get a response that looks like this. Let me display it in a better way. Oh, okay. Need. Okay. Let me format it. So you're going to, if you send airtime successfully, you're going to get a response that looks like this, a JSON response. And it's important to understand what each item in that response means. So we get error message, which is none, because it was successful in the first place. We get another key called numsend, which is a 1. That is number 1. And this is how many recipients received this. And when you look at that, you might be wondering whether you can pass in multiple numbers, and the answer is yes, you can. The next is responses, which is an array of transactions. And inside each transaction, you're going to get amount, discount, error message, phone number, request ID, and status. Amount is the amount that the end user will receive. Discount is the amount, how do I put this? The discount we gave you, yeah? So in the case of sending 100, you're going to get, discount will be 4. Yeah. The error message is none because it was successful. The phone number is the recipient. The request ID is treated like a transaction ID. So this is useful, say, when you want to later do an audit of how much you've sent out. The status is sent. Then outside that responses array, there is total amount and total discount. And the reason it's called total for both, prefixes with total, is because, say if you've sent to 100 people, and each maybe it's say 100, 100, 100, so it's 100, 100, that's how much? 10K. So total amount will be 10K, and total discount will be 4% of that. So since this was a successful transaction, you may be wondering what responses for failed transactions look like. And that's where we go to the documentation. And to the documentation, and you click under airtime. Yeah. And the first thing before we go to the responses is to see how the request parameters look like. And one new, actually we've added a couple parameters that you can pass in, and one of them is request metadata. This we didn't see it in the collab, but you can use request metadata to attach useful details of a transaction. And it takes in an object basically. So you can use it to say to add your own transaction ID inside. So maybe in your system there's a way you can transaction IDs, so you can take those transaction IDs and add it into the request metadata. The potency key, and we will also mention this key in the webhooks and callback section. But basically what it does, actually before I say what it does, anybody who's used idempotency key or knows what they are? Okay. How many have worked with payment APIs? Any payment API? You have? How do you handle a situation where, say, a user has clicked pay multiple times? How do you handle that?
So first, when you click the button to pay, we disable the button when the payment is processing. So the button is being disabled. So no matter how many times you click, as long as the button is disabled, it's not sending a request again. Yes. Postman to send the request many times. I've never thought of that. Yeah, I've just mostly worked on the front end to disable it. Yeah.
Who knows a way to prevent, say, a hacker from invoking a payment multiple times?
Okay, mine is just but a suggestion, what I think. Maybe you can put a rate limiter such that someone cannot do it multiple times. Yeah.
Nice, nice. Yes, that works. So, but now, so yes, rate limiter is a way, but now there's a way you need to identify the, how do I put this, that they are coming from the same person, yeah? So that you don't block, okay, first of all, there are many ways to implement rate limiting, yeah? Now back to the transaction, you need to identify these users so you don't block legit users, other legit users. See, so that's where the concept of idempotency comes in. And in our airtime API, you can pass in a header called idempotency key and give it a unique ID, yeah, such that even if the end user invokes the same transaction multiple times, it's just going to execute once, yeah. And actually, something that we use daily that you can see this feature in is something like M-Pesa. So if I send, say, I'm sending the same amount of money to Ian multiple times, Safaricom is going to tell me, hey, chill, there's another transaction in progress or something like that, yeah? So that's an example of idempotency built in. So we also have the same feature built in to protect you from sending airtime erroneously. So now to the responses, and oh. Yes. So now to the responses, and looking for that part. Yes, so and to the responses, this is how it looks down here that we've covered. I'm looking for the part, there's a part that I'm not seeing. The codes, okay. Okay, I'll come back to that part in a few. Let me jump back to the tutorial. So, so there's a mini challenge, a small mini challenge that I like to offer you, something to, you know, play the API. I'd like you to use any of our APIs. Here I've given an SMS, I've given airtime, but you could use something else, SMS API, say to send a custom message to yourself, and you can change the recipient, yeah, and then print the API responses, that is the status, the cost, yeah. And if you face any challenge, please feel free to Slack us, or maybe reach out to any of our engineers in the room, yeah. So we've covered the airtime API up here. So let's jump to, actually, let's jump to SMS API, since it's pretty simple. So just like how we've invoked airtime API, when it comes to SMS, you're going to do, this is actually a bit on section 2. I removed that section. But just like airtime API, when it comes to SMS, you're just going to do SMS equals airtime.sms. Yeah, so, sorry, africastalking.sms, sorry, not airtime.sms, africastalking.sms. So that's how you initialize the SMS service. And that's it basically for, that's it basically for the first section. And yeah, anybody has a question? Online, offline, let me check online if there are questions. Oh no, there are no questions. Yeah. So pass. You have a question?
Like, is there a limitation for the network you are using? Maybe if I use a number which is in Airtel network, will it still send?
Yes, so it works across networks. Yeah. I believe you're asking for airtime? Yes. Or for SMS? For SMS, yes, it will work across networks, but there's a caveat when it comes to send IDs, yeah? So if you want, say for example, what's your name? Karani. Say you want to send bulk SMSs as Karani, and you want both Telcom and Safaricom users to see the name Karani, it's best advisable to buy a Safaricom send ID and a Telcom send ID. Yeah. Anybody else with a question? Okay. Let me check something. Yes, the next section will cover the next module. Yes, for now, let me hand back over to Mr. MK.
Yeah, give a lot of applause to Dagi. That was a great presentation. Thank you so much. I hope everyone is following along, and in case you missed the previous modules, you're able to go on the previous events. You'll find them published there. Also, you can get them on YouTube playlist that is named ATX Google, or AT featuring Google. I don't know what X stands for, but AT and Google program. You'll find a playlist with all the recordings, including this one, will be uploaded as soon as the event ends. So without further ado, I'd like to welcome Ian Gidungo to take you through module 4 and 5. Sorry? I'm informed lunch is ready. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Wonderful, yeah. Let's have lunch. And then Dagi want to be seen once more. Yeah, so let's have some lunch. For those joining us online, do not leave. You can grab your lunch. But if you're around Nairobi, we are here at Nairobi Garage. You can join us. Nairobi Garage in Ngong Road. It's at 7th floor, Pine Tree Plaza, right? Yeah. Is there any question for me? Yeah, you're good? Yes, so far so good? Sawa, karibuni lunch. It should take us 30 minutes, so by 2 we'll be back. Karibuni lunch, I can see it's ready.
they don't know what is what. They just strut. What the fuck? What? I get deep, I get deep, I get deep, I get deep, I get deeper into this thing, and I pretend that they're not there. I just stare up in the booth at the dread man spinning the song, spinning it strong, playing things like when can our house begin? That's my shit. What? Woo. I get deep, I get deep, I get deeper, I get deeper when people start to disappear, and it's about 6 o'clock. Ooh, I'm feeling hot. Take off my sweater and my pants, and I start to dance, and all the sweat just goes down my face, and I pretend that there's nobody there but me in the place. I get deep, yo, I get deep. What? Woo! I get deep, I get deep, I get deep, I get deep when he takes all the bass out the song, and all you hear is highs, and it's like, oh, shit. I get deep. I get deep, I get deep, I get deep, I get deep, and the rhythm flows through my blood like alcohol, and I get drunk, and I'm falling all over the place. But I catch myself right on time, right on line with the beat, and it's so These divisions have not brought healing to our land. These divisions have merely caused us to hate with a deeper hate, distrust with a more cynical distrust, discord with a greater destruction. The condition of our land and country must now bring us to our knees. There is a spiritual awakening happening throughout our nation. And this spiritual awakening will only happen when we kneel to pray. Oh Lord, teach us how to pray. Oh Lord, teach us how to pray. Oh Lord, teach us to pray for deliverance from all emotional, mental, and
And in my house there is only house music.
One, two, two, one. Thank you so much. So I hope you have enjoyed your lunch. I would love to welcome you back so that we can proceed. I'd like to welcome Dagi back, but take the shortest time possible so that we cover ground with Hian and Maine, and then we can proceed. In case you have any question, please do not hesitate to ask and raise up your hand so that we can assist you. So please, at the back, can you keep it at minimal so that we're able to concentrate?
Okay, good. Um, I hope you had a wonderful lunch. And yes, so now we are going to resume on Africa's Talking APIs, and we are going to touch on callbacks and webhooks, and then wind up with Google Generative AI. Again, this is Sylvia. She's in Devrel. She does a great job at everything hackathon, everything developer relations. She's your go-to person for everything developer relations. This is me, full stack software engineer. So a recap on what we did in the previous modules is that we set up an Africa's Talking account. Then we set up a Google developer profile in the module that he did, right? And then we looked into Firebase Studio. Then we looked into what APIs are, REST fundamentals, did some API authentication. Then we invoked Airtime APIs, Airtime API from Africa's Talking APIs. And we also looked into API responses. So now the next step is a natural progression of it. Basically, we are looking into the how you can now integrate multiple Africa's Talking APIs into one workflow, and then how you can handle asynchronous webhooks and callbacks. Yeah. So, but before I continue, there's an exercise that I'd given on SMS. Anybody who's looked into it? By a show of hands. Has anybody looked into the SMS API? The task that, the mini task? Wow, okay, interesting. All right. So we're going to look into, we've already covered messaging and airtime, so let's look into SIMSwap. Yeah. So by a show of hands, how many people have heard about SIMSwap fraud? You have. What's it?
As I understand it, it's whereby a person is able to take advantage of your mobile number and carry out transaction as if it were them. That's how I understand it.
How does it start?
They call you and pretend to be, I think the version that I know is like they call and pretend to be like customer care, and then from that they prompt you to like reveal personal information that would allow them to take advantage and compromise your account. Then from there they're able to carry on with the swim swap.
Nice. Yes, so you're like 99% correct. Actually, I think it's like 100. So the part about it is that they first impersonate you to the telco, and then they own your SIM card, and then now they start taking over your other accounts, say where your phone number is say the one that receives the OTP. Yeah. So that's SIMSwap in a nutshell. Yeah. And so the question is, in whose hands are you safe? So as a developer, you've likely added features in your app for sending OTPs. So someone wants to sign in, you tell them, okay, enter this code that I sent you via SMS or I sent you via email. What you're looking into here is the phone number part, the one that goes to your phone number. And what most people don't know is that you can prevent So now, you heard me mention about webhooks, and maybe you might be wondering, like, why do we need those in our flow? So, this next step is about webhooks and callbacks. Anyone who has used webhooks before or made one? Tell us more about it.
My experience with webhooks, especially with payment APIs, so a user makes a payment, then you get a response saying either the payment has been successful, the payment has failed. Based on the response you get, then you perform a certain action. For example, if it's an e-commerce website, then you give the user access to the good.
Oh, you can't hear? Oh, sawa. Yes, so correct. She's given an example of webhooks in payments. So modern systems have shifted from using polling. Polling is where polling is where on one side you have client, the other side you have server, and the client is hitting the server with a constant time interval, checking for updates. Yeah. So modern systems have shifted from polling to more of an event-driven approach, where now instead of the client hitting the server, is the server hitting the client. Yeah. And the reason there is bandwidth, you just wasted your bandwidth, you just wasted your server resources, etc. And then there's this aspect of latency, where if say your client is hitting the server every 10 seconds, but then there was an update, say on the 3rd second, it means the response that you're getting is 7 seconds old. So it's not instantaneous. Yeah. So now in webhooks, there's this inversion of control, where now instead of the client asking, the server is telling you. And how you set up is, how you do that is by static URL and giving it to the server or the service provider on one end, on the other end. For example, in the case of, say, a school management system, you have a school management system that, sorry? Can you hear me now? Perfect. So, say on one end you have a school management system, and then on the other end you have AT cloud. Yeah. So your school management system will have an endpoint, and then that endpoint you're going to enter it on the AT dashboard, and there you have a webhook. And I'll show you an example using SMS. So what's on your screen right now is a Flask app. A Flask app, which basically sends SMS, receives SMSs, makes phone calls, or rather handles phone calls, facilitates sending of airtime, and does SIM swap checks. And it also has Gemini inside. The URL to this repo is in the link tree. And I'll show you a quick demo of it. Ignore this red screen. Yeah, it's because this domain has been misused for so many things. That's why it's red. So I'll open the Africa Stocking dashboard. But this time, instead of using a live app, I will use a sandbox app. So you go to sandbox again. You generate the username of the sandbox is here, sandbox in lowercase, and then the API key is under settings. On the left, right is callback URLs, and the specific one you want is incoming messages. So my Flask app has a route called /API/SMS/2. So this endpoint that I'm using is my callback URL. So I pasted it in here and then submitted it. And now AT Cloud has my callback URL. On the code side, what I have is on the code side, I'm basically accepting post requests, and what I'm specifically interested in is the sender, that is the person who sent a message, and the text content itself. Yeah. Other values that you can find here is link ID to ID, date, and from. And then what I'm doing after receiving that message is basically appending this is a response to the original message, and then sending it back to the person who sent it. And let's see it in action. So we go back to the dashboard and click Launch Simulator. Me add my phone number. There it is. So 8559 is the code that I'm using. Let me first send them here. So the shortcode that I'm using is 8995. And I'll show you where that came from. But let me see. Load there. So what I'm expecting is that. Oh. Okay, yeah, so it worked. So I sent a message and then I got a response. So you might be wondering where I'm getting this 89995 from, and here's where I'm getting it. So under SMS, come to shortcodes. Under shortcodes, you can see a place written, you can see a link create a shortcode for testing. So you click on it and enter what you'd like to be your shortcode. And click submit. It needs to be 4 or 5 digits. Okay. So I've maxed out the number of shortcodes I have. So one of them is 8995, the other one is 40209. And now when I send a message, no, this is the end user. This is like the customer texting the business. So I texted the business, and then the business responded it to me. Yeah? These are simple. This is just an append, yeah. But maybe what you want in your case, this message to go to say Gemini, and then Gemini to respond. Say someone says, "What's the weather in Nairobi?" Gemini responds, and then you forward that response to Africa's Talking APIs, and Africa's Talking APIs delivers it to the end user, the customer. Up to there, anybody with a question? Okay. Anybody that have lost along the way? Okay. So that's how you basically set callback in Africa's Talking. It's the same flow for other products. So you come under the product that you want, and then callback URLs. Now you can set for delivery reports, for incoming messages, for bulk opt-out, for subscription notification. Same case for Insights, SimSwap API. You can give the callback URL there. The only exception is USSD and voice. And the reason is that they use a different type of... The way you write your USSD or voice code is more interactive than the way you write code for SMS, airtime, and Insights. So quickly, I'll show you. Okay, before I leave that section on webhooks, I want to mention a few things. So since your webhooks are available to anybody over the internet, one of the things that you should look into is security best practices. So how do you prevent your webhook from being hit by the wrong service, yeah, or by a hacker or by an attacker? So one of the ways is by signature verification. So this is basically where the server hitting your webhook, or the provider hitting your webhook, signs the payload using a key that you both share. And then when you receive it, when you receive the payload, you also do a similar flow and compare whether they match. And if they don't match, you reject it. You give it a 403 response. The other one is by preventing replay attacks. This is where the provider... I think there's an echo. Okay. Good. So this is where the provider includes a timestamp in the payload. And then now when you receive that request, you check whether it's within a specific range of time. And if it's too old, you reject it and consider it like an attempt to replay the request. The other way is by whitelisting IPs. So this is basically where you you only accept requests from certain IP ranges. So some provider will publish their IPs so that you can waitlist. The other aspect of webhooks that's important, webhooks and callbacks that's important is reliability and then idempotency. Idempotency is what we mentioned in the previous module. So basically both the provider and the receiver, they should handle idempotency pretty well. Yeah? Where regardless of the number of requests made to do an action, it only happens only once, at least once. And the way you do it is by providing a unique ID, yeah, or a deduplication ID. Something else that's important to know is your endpoint must, okay, not must, but it's a good practice. Use HTTPS and return proper status codes. 200 for success. Then 500 errors for, is that for temporary? Yeah, for retriable errors. And permanent failure, you give the 4x. The other thing is about tools, testing, and debugging. So when it comes to webhook, there are some tools that you should have or should know. One of them is webhook.site. It's actually one of my favorites. It's a website. So when you go to webhook.site, you get a unique URL. And then now this URL you can feed into the provider. So for example, I could have taken this URL and put it in the Africa Stocking dashboard. And then whenever I invoke APIs and Africa Stocking wants to hit the callback, it will come and hit here, and then I'll see the headers, the payload, the things like that, yeah? The other tool is RequestBin. It also does more of the same. Something else that you should know is about simulating scenarios. And the best, there are several tools you could use, but personally what I love is Postman. Postman, you can use it to, hit your endpoint and see how it's behaving under certain conditions. You can even replay the same requests. Like for example, remember that example you gave about the button? So with Postman, now you can try test whether people are bypassing the UI and trying to do some nefarious things. Yeah. Using Postman, you can also verify security by altering the signature. Basically, you're trying to hack your service. So up to there. Before we get to the question bit, if you're working locally, it's a good thing that you use tools like ngrok, tools like Cloudflare to expose your local host to the public internet, so they can be accessible. As a matter of fact, that's how I am doing right here. So if I can zoom, well, you can see. Okay, let me restart it. Yes, so if you can see what the service that I'm running here, it's on localhost, basically 127.0.0.1.9000. Africa Stocking cannot hit this endpoint unless I come and expose it to the internet. And what I'm using is Cloudflare. But in your case, you could use ngrok, Locotunnel, and the likes. Personally, the reason I love Cloudflare is that the domain doesn't change. You just feed your custom domain, a domain that you already own, and you can just change ports however you like without altering the domain, subdomain, sorry. Yes. So we've covered, in this section we've covered insights, SimSwap API, and we've looked at webhooks and callbacks. So let's jump to a different type of API, a different product that is Voice API. And the reason why this came after callbacks is because it's more interactive, unlike the other products. That is, voice and USSD are a bit different from the other products. And before we continue, let me do a quick demo of something that you'd love to build. So what I'm doing here is basically calling my phone from the Africa Stocking API. And let me try again. API that Africa Stocking has, and the knowledge that you have about callbacks, you can build a call center. Yep. But how exactly you can do that is this way. Let me show you the actual code. Okay, before I show you the code, let's first go to the place where you enter your callback. So inside your app, you're going to come to the voice products, and then click on for numbers. And if you'd love to build this now, you can request for a phone number, for a virtual phone number. And once you're issued, you'll see it here. And in my case, this is the number that I'm interested in. And here's the place where I enter the callback URL. In my case, the callback is my subdomain /API/voice/instructs. So now when I come to my code, to the instruct endpoint, whenever a call is made, the next step of instructions, or rather how we'll handle that phone call, they're going to be found under this response. And the first thing you notice when you look at the code is that it's XML. How many people have how many people have used XML before? How many people have used HTML? Ah, so HTML. Just seen my screen has stopped sharing. HTML, like there are opening tags, closing tags, with the exception of the first line, which doesn't have a closing tag. But it's pretty simple. Once, if you've written HTML, you're already on your way there to understanding XML. So after the XML tag, you put in the response, and then you put in what we call the call action. In our case, it said, welcome to the service. This is a demo application. The action that was involved is say. So you have that say opening tag, and then you put the text, and then you have a say closing tag. And there are so many things you can do with voice. So besides text-to-speech, which we've seen in the demo, you can also play an audio. Say when someone calls your call center, they first listen to an audio. Say maybe it's an automated voice or something. Yeah? The other thing you can do is you can... How many people have used Safaricom 100? Safaricom 100? Safaricom 100. Yeah? Yeah. Yes. You've used it. You see how it tells you press 1 to do X. You see that? So you can also build similar flows using the get digits. Yeah? So whenever users press a specific digit, you pick it up and now invoke another action. The other thing you can do using our voice API is record calls. So this again is useful in call center setups. The other one you can do is, the other call action you can use is dial. And this one allows you to pass a call from one agent to another. So you can basically have even complex call logic in there. Any questions so far? Okay. So now with the knowledge that you have on APIs, and so now you have the knowledge of SMS insights that seems so up airtime, now voice. We can now jump into the AI bit. So now you can make your telco workflows intelligent. Yeah. So some of the AI tools that Google provides is Gemini, there's Vertex, there's Model Garden. Yes. Anyone who has used any of this? Which one?
Gemini.
Vertex.
Yeah, Model Garden, is Gemini Flash, Gemma models.
If you have any issue with Google AI, if you have a bug, see this guy here. He's used almost all of them. So basically, Vertex AI is a AI platform. Then Model Garden is like a catalog of models. So there you're going to find both Google models and open source ones. Yeah. Oops, let me share my screen. Yes, and what else? Yeah, pretty much that. So on Vertex, you can build, train, deploy, and manage AI systems. And so consider Vertex like the factory where all AI models operate. Then there is Gemini, which is a family of AI models by Google DeepMind. You can consider Gemini like the engine that powers the AI. Then there's Model Garden, which is the catalog. And so here you'll find things like Llama, Gemma, T5. What else? Yeah, there are quite a lot here. So you can consider it like a tool store inside the Vertex AI factory. And now there's the Vertex AI agents. So think of this like factory workers. So agents are basically what you can use to execute tasks end to end. Say things like, actually I think I have an example down here. Yeah. So say for example you're building a customer support AI, which now you can, since now you understand all the Africa's talking APIs, you're going to use Vertex to set up the environment, things like permissions and deployment. Then you're going to use Model Garden to choose, say something like Gemini 2.5 Pro. Then Gemini now will interpret the customer messages, and then the agent will come in to, the agent that you build will now come in to check the weather. Basically, your imagination is your limit, yeah? And how do you use either of this? You run pip install up here. And I'm installing Google Cloud AI Platform, Google API Core, and Vertex AI. The next thing is that you are going to set your project. That is project ID. Now this is from the Google side, not Africa's talking. The Google side. This one you go to console.cloud.google.com. That's where now you manage your cloud projects. Let me switch accounts real quick. So at the top there, this is where you create projects. Who has used Google Cloud before? Okay. You've never? You've used? Okay. So if you've used, you've already seen this part on setting projects. New projects. So once you've created a project, you need that project ID. Now we come back to this left side of the collab under secrets. Come and set your project ID there. It's not a secret. Is it a secret? I don't think it's that. Okay. I put it here because I needed it as a variable that I can use it, reuse it across. So you set your project, and then you authenticate. So you do G-Cloud out application default login. Yeah? And when you proceed with that, actually, let me run everything. Just a minute. Okay, as my notebook executes. Let's proceed. Yes. So when you run G-Cloud out, it's going to provide you with a link that you're going to click, and I'm going to sign in with my Google account, the one associated with our project. I grant it permission. Then it's going to give me a key here. And that's the key that I'll use. That's the key that I'll paste in there. And next I hit gcloud info just to check if this, just to check if there's anything that's wrong or everything is running well. Oh, my notebook is slow. Okay, so down below, let's do a simple AI prompt. And I log into studio.google.com. And all I want from this is an API key, a Gemini API key. So you come and let me switch. Oh, actually it's here. So you click on create. In the top right. Enter the name. Let me call it Nairobi. Then you select an existing one, and after that you generate a key. Now you can copy it. Then we go back to the left side and we add it under Gemini API key. Next, what we are doing here is importing that environment variable. Yeah. Model ID, which in my case is Gemini 2.5 Pro. And next here is a simple method called Ask Gemini, and it takes in a prompt and a model, yeah, and then invokes client.models.generate content, where client comes from GenAI.client. I just imported it up here, yeah. And now I can use it. So I give it a prompt. How do I get started with Google AI Studio and Gemini API? And it will respond. Yeah, it will respond once my notebook catches up. It's slow because of internet. Yes, so basically, that's just that. I'd like you to check out this notebook so you can run this code yourself on your site. And yes. Now, before I leave, I'd love to give you one last task, which is basically take the communication APIs that we have, then add intelligence to them using Google AI. Yes. And yes, that's the task that I have for you. Any question? Okay. I don't know, no questions. I don't know if it means a good thing or a bad thing. Okay. But yes. Eh?
How can we find you on LinkedIn?
Yes. So yes, I'm LinkedIn. I use one username everywhere. It's Daggy. Then okay, DAGGIE Yes, that's a name from I think high school. I've never changed. So yes. So sorry. Oh, DAGGIEBLANQX. Yes. So now I'd love to invite Ian. Ian is one of the genius engineers at Africa Stocking. Yes. Yeah, if you have any Java issue, Kotlin, Scala issue, look for Ian. Yes. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dagi. Nice. Hope you're all doing well. As Dagia said, my name is Ian. I'm a backend software engineer at Africa Stocking. And I'll take you through like a brief session on how to build, secure, and also deploy a full stack channel, and you'll find them. So, Dagi, you're unmuted. Mute. Before that is handled, I can briefly just explain. I'll just explain the overview of this section, which is mostly, this is just a comprehensive guide on how you can create production-ready applications that combine both Africa Stocking and also Gemini. So for this session, we'll be on voice, SMS, and now combining that with Gemini. There are a couple of modules in sharing my screen. Sharing my screen for the online people.